The big reason for that is I wasn't expecting to play this on stream at all, just because it's been difficult, because I really love this game. It's one of my most played games of all time. But the issue I was running into is just generally it doesn't do well on Twitch. For me. It's one of those categories that's tough to get into. Normally I'll talk through all the League kind of content. But, I think the volume's too high. Give me a moment. Sound effects. Drop you down to about there. Alright. Yeah, so this is the new League mechanic here. Is that big hole. We're going to go climb into the hole, and we're going to run around, and we're going to find a little bunch of little glowy things. And the glowy things make the monsters outside of here stronger. And then you can sometimes trade the glowy things for stuff. And then this build, the way this works is, you'll notice I'll put down that little totem. And what it's doing is it's throwing a bunch of corpses at the enemy. Those are hard to see. They're not really that relevant for overall. And I'm exploding those corpses to make the big yellow fireball things float over that then chase my enemies. Volume is good now? Thank you. Could you not eat my face, big scary thing? Alright. Now, we're in the early game, so the build is still very scuffed, which is pretty normal. Unless you're doing some, like, meta, here's, like, the leveling skill. Alright, I hate to say it to you, TikTok, but, I'm getting skips, and this is a CPU-locked game, and TikTok's thing is terrible for CPU, so unfortunately I'm gonna have to end the stream on TikTok side. Go yell at TikTok for having crap software not letting us use OBS. Alright, so goodbye TikTok, because that stutter was very annoying. Why not spawn some zombies as well? If I'm not investing in the zombies, they just die almost instantly. I had the zombie gem, but you have to, yeah, I'm getting like a little bit of a stutter here. Alright, so we didn't find anything too interesting this time. Like, this does feel like one of those mechanics. You feel encouraged to skip it during the leveling process early game, because it makes stuff tougher, which makes you go slower. Because normally you're trying to actually do this fast. You definitely don't want to put more time into stuff that doesn't matter for progression. Act 1, good uniques. And then later on, we'll also be able to do that much faster. Aura skills are later game. Yep. Yeah, no, it's, you can have the aura skills as one way of helping with that. But, the other thing is just on your passive tree and gear, getting stats for minions. Because that's actually one of the things... I'm not gonna deal with you, you're too tanky. It's not worth my time. I'm already over-leveled because the new League mechanic is just so much XP. Alright. I'm really rusty on my navigating the maps. I used to do this so much that I could, for most of the tiles, you could be like, oh, this is the way to that thing. But yeah. Let's see. If it is only tanking, you don't need to invest in the skill tree. Yeah, you do. You absolutely need to invest in the skill tree for tanking minions. Early game? I mean, even early game, you do. Like, they've made the minions real squishy nowadays. Like, really, really squishy. Like, you can get away with it, but you're going to be resummoning your minions on a very regular basis, to the point it'll be just aggravating to do, and they'll have to, like, resummon them after every other pack. You have a lot of energy shield. What are your stats? Faster energy shield recharge. Give me something worthwhile. See, if we're actually speedrunning, the moment you see a monster like that, you just stop bothering and just move on. Like, when you get to maps, it's worth killing rares and that kind of stuff, unless they're, like, super duper tanky. Oh, come on. I just like when there's a whole lot of R's stacked. Makes monsters that shouldn't be that dangerous really dangerous. Alright. Like, I was making incredible damage on this the other day. Did I scuff my gear? No, I didn't get any gear that changed much. There we go. Probably just getting like 1 or 2 tanky enemies. I was warned that there was 1 or 2 enemies into the, Oh, I see what's happening. I'm not regenerating enough mana even with my flask. I switched out my flask for an enduring one, but the enduring one doesn't have enough mana production for me to sustain the spell. That's what's happening. Okay. So it's just I need a different mana flask. Surprise hasn't brought up the portal that gets you out of here yet. Alright. So I'm basically following the little colored dots when I see them. Alright, mana regen R is one of the best ones. So I actually won't have much problems with mana in the later game. Volatile Dead isn't exactly the worst for mana regen problems. Not the way I'm using it. Okay, so we want to come back to... Alright, never mind, there's a portal out. So this is one of the new items that we can get now, is these tinctures. I didn't choose the person I can use them, but you can see stuff like... Enemies always get stunned when they're attacked at full life. Damage penetrates fire resistance, hit steal frenzy charges. Or more mana regeneration if you've shocked something recently, stuff like that.
Tools against trust.
You don't get to keep the currency when you leave here, so you just use it. Alright, so we're looking for one of the Trials of Ascension in here. Alright, that book will be it. I don't care about those. That guy's really tanky against fire. Orb of Binding at this place is actually pretty solid. Well, that's not what I wanted. Orb of Binding lets me take a regular item, make it a rare item, with 4 sockets that are linked on it. Usually you end up getting Orb of Bindings later in the game when you really have no need for them. Alright. So you don't want to stand on the floor when it's hot.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Cool. That's one thing we were down here for. The other one is Tolman. which is just MacGuffin. Go find the person to continue the quest. Alright, we need to de-scuff this build. I did also keep Detonate Dead leveling, because Detonate Dead is better damage, it's just, it only hits where the corpses are. But there are definitely times that Detonate Dead will just outperform. Okay, cool. Just in case. I'm gonna need it to leave anyways.
There she is, my work in progress. Let's see if Rayclast has been good to Harness you. Your fear.
Alright. Hey, Lilo, how's it going? This does look similar to Diablo? Oh, yeah. In a lot of ways, Path of Exile is seen as the spiritual successor to Diablo 2, even more so than Diablo 3. But yeah, for those who don't know, hello, it's Lilo. Absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of Sims 4. Has also played stuff like Coral Island.
Enough of this.
So definitely good times there. Alright. I need to get this mana solved. Alright, so it sounds like my loot filter's too loud. So let's adjust the volume on the loot filter. Ambient sound. Chat alerts, let's just get rid of. Alright. I had all this stuff configured before, but I had to reinstall the game a little while back. And no problem. Alright, so we gained a level. For those who haven't seen Path of Exile's skill tree... Why am I having problems with it? It is quite a thing. Is it still free to play with microtransactions? Yes. The way I typically describe Path of Exile is it is a $20-ish game with a very long demo. Because when you get towards the end game, you're going to want to get the you're going to get the stash tabs, and to get all the stash tabs, you're going to end up spending about $20. All right, trying to remember. I wanted, was it Discipline? No, it's not Discipline. Either way, I know I want Flammability, because that lets me weaken my enemies. The fire. But yeah, so you can actually play through like the entire main story of the game without needing extra stash tabs. But then when you get towards the end game, when you're doing maps and all that, that's about the point that trying to keep going with stash tabs is gonna get you pretty frustrated. Alright, so right now you give me Dex. Cool. I was worried that that was going to be too much. Oh, I keep forgetting that I have this extra stash tab thing now. That's one of the things I got with this league. Like, this isn't a microtransaction. This is, I'll show you in a second. It's the new league mechanic. The new league mechanic gives you a couple different, like, passive trees in your passive tree. So we pop over here. This is the new thing from the league mechanics. There's 3 different ones, so I can get charms that I put in here that do stuff. There's one that you can use tinctures instead, which is the flasks. And none of that stuff's like, this is one of the things a lot of people get stressed out. They'll be like, but what do I do? But what do I do? It's like, you don't have to worry about it. And they're like, what do you mean I don't have to worry about it? It's like, I literally mean you don't need to worry about it. Like, you don't actually need all the things. Alright, so you'll use that one because the other flask isn't cutting it. Which it's hard to get yourself in that mind space being like, no, it's okay not to know everything. You don't need to know everything. Alright, so if we see a good base, we'll hit it with a binding orb. Alright, so there's the keys, so we can continue on. That's just a quest item.
Goodbye.
He whines at us. Alright, do you have the one that's for... Is it dodge? It's not discipline. Purity elements wouldn't even be the worst one for right now. Yeah, so that's fine for right now.
Watch yourself.
Oh, you know what I need? I need to remember, chat, when I get next time we find a like next time we find a weapon or whatever that has a bunch of sockets, to put on my other set. Because you can level gems that way. The big thing you need to know on this game is how to scale damage. Like if you have an attack that says this scales based on your max life, you need to know that you need max life for it. Or this is an attack. Okay, well I need to scale attack. You played Diablo 3, you didn't bother with 4. Yeah. Everything I heard with Diablo 4 was like the game itself was fun, but then you got to the end game, it just immediately fell off. Playing Diablo 3 at the moment, take a sneak peek at Season 30, which is a recycled season that has been on previously. I'm gonna love the season. I can't wait to play on the official server. Yeah, alright, so there's the grate we're looking for. I need to fix all my keybinds. The only thing is for its story, it's amazing. But after the season, it needs a lot of work. Yeah. Alright, let's do a test. I believe I have Detonate Dead in here somewhere. Alright. Oh, I need to switch. Let's see how this works out with Detonate Dead instead. Because Detonate Dead is usually more damage, but it doesn't, like, track enemies or anything. But because I'm using a totem that's gonna... Oh, I like this. This is currency. Currency and flask is what I figured out the spider's nests in here are worth. That one is actually pretty lame on the currency front, but I've gotten some pretty solid currency out of that. Part of that is that I am taking penalties because I'm over-leveled now. Yeah. Oh, no, it's currency and creepy. I mean, I'm not sure if you've noticed where this ground is revealing itself in this place. Them's bugs. It is super itchy. But that's okay. We're cleaning it with fire. Could you stop exploding the ground underneath me? That's what I do. That's my thing and you can't have it. There's one place in PoE that gave me some kind of PTSD. I do know when you go into like the underground area or the inside of the beast, that the ushy gushiness of that really bothers some people. Yeah, there's a lot of people who the belly of the beast is not a good time. The good news is it's one of those places you go through there like the twice. I hate the sentence you just said. It is one of those things though. It is luckily you go through like once or twice and then you could pretty much avoid ever going back. Yeah, so right now Detonate Dead feels a little bit better, which isn't super surprising. Detonate Dead in the past has been a meta for killing bosses and everything. Because like I'm not scaling the life of my corpses yet. They're looking for the 3 things down here for I forget his name. the poet. It's almost like when I'm out here and I haven't juiced up the enemies using the new League mechanic, everything dies instantly. And then I go into League mechanic where I juice the enemies up. And then they're tough for some reason. Because I'm what? Level 31 in a 26, so I'm 5 levels over leveled. That usually happens with most... If you stop to do the League mechanic in most leagues, while you're in the early game, you almost always end up way over. Alright, yeah, so I want to go up here. Alright. This character will actually be pretty tanky later on. I'll be max spell suppression and near max block. The damage will be pretty good when I can wind it up. But as you can see from the whole totem thing, it takes a little setup. The good news is with the Volatile Dead, when I'm mapping and we start getting our gear set up, as long as I can reliably kill most enemies, I won't have to put down the totem. I'll put down the totem to kind of initiate it, and then just chase the bodies around. Hey, Dojan Goo, it's going pretty well. How about yourself? Just hopping in for some of the new Path of Exile League. We had the vote for what we were going to play in this one, so we're doing it. Because people know I really love this game, but it's tough for me to stream it. It's a very difficult category to be in. Yeah, so this is one I have empowered with the new League mechanic, which is why he's being extra juicy on dying. That's the reason I'm kind of wondering if I should skip the League mechanic until we get towards, you know, towards maps. It's always a 50-50 on what's the right choice of skip the League mechanic or engage the League mechanic. Because sometimes the rewards from the League mechanic are just too good to be worth skipping. Or if you skip it, you have to backtrack and do a lot of work. Yeah, there was a rigged full sentient rig. Hey, anyone else is able to rig it. And I know some of y'all are sitting on literally millions of points. If not hundreds of thousands of points. Sentient Cookie didn't have to burn that many points to win. Just saying. Alright. But your stonks? Yep. That's the thing. You don't get to see the game you want, but you got to keep your stonks. Did I grab all the items? Yeah, I already grabbed them all. Oh, it's Victario. That's right. That's who we're grabbing the statues from. I think I'm going to skip the League mechanic for a bit, because they're way too overleveled. And it's just making everything slower. Tag the waypoint. We need to go down here for the what is it? The labyrinth thing. All right. Alright. An angry Roombas. That went ridiculously smoothly so far. cool.
An emperor must bear two blades. Hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
Pull the lever, Kronk? Absolutely every time. Alright, so we're going to give the statues to you. And he's going to give me a skill point. A passive tree point. Oh, I moved those. I was like, I'm going to move these over so I don't accidentally vendor them a whole bunch. Years and years and years of programming myself mentally on this. Definitely not one to switch it on. Dexterity 16? Yeah, it's fire. So, alright, what are you? Combustion, detonate, dead. Combustion actually isn't going to stay on there. That's me not having the other things I need yet available, so we're just making do.
Come over here. Stay out of the shadows.
I'm also noticing this league mechanic just drops so much stuff for you. Alright. And that's 50% more elemental damage. Love to see it. Alright. So usually this is either on the up left or the up right. It's looking like it's probably going to be up right. Oh, hey. Ironheart Beast. So, also one of the advantages of Detonate Dead is the damage is based on the life of the corpse you explode. So when you kill a rare mob and another rare mob gets close, it means you get a really heavy hit from that corpse exploding. Okay. And we get to have more gems leveled. Alright. Actually don't care about this. Those are worth doing, because you could sometimes get like really lucky and get a sync, you know, like an early game 6-link, because that's what the possible outcomes of a curse, or corruption, I mean. But it's such small odds. Alright. And if you follow the red carpet, it usually leads you. I don't think I'm going the right way. Oh, there we go. I am. Because like you just kind of look for the red carpet's dead ends. You just don't go that way. It's not foolproof. There's lots of like little tells though. All right. One of the neat new things they added this league was there are a bunch of really neat minions you can get their corpses of in the new mechanic. Like you can actually trade the people to buy a corpse to use to create specters that have all sorts of wild effects. Which is something the game has never had the idea of before, being able to like buy monster corpses for purposes. Technically I could, in theory, take the monster corpses and just, you know, drop the monster corpse in a map so I have a very high life monster corpse. And then when I use the spell Desecration, it'll create corpses based on monsters that have been in the map, which once I've dropped a corpse in, it's technically been in the map. it would be incredibly inefficient to do that, because I'd have to buy a new corpse for every map, and no way is someone going to take the time to do that. I shouldn't say that. There'll probably be someone. But most people will probably never take the time to do it, because it'd be extremely both like cost prohibitive and time prohibitive, because you're going to have to constantly engage in trade, which I actually don't like doing trade in this game. I used to. But it uses the same trade system that you used to have back in the day with Diablo 2, which is just, you know, finding other people, joining their hideout, doing that kind of stuff. But it's like you have to like leave the game to go pull up their website to try and figure out who has what to do trade. And when I first started playing the game, it's kind of endearing in its quirkiness, but then after years and years and years playing, I really don't want to. And for the record, this character is on Softcore Trade League. I didn't bother putting them on Hardcore League because I haven't done Hardcore in Path of Exile in forever. Just between server stability issues and just, you know, the balance not being tuned on a lot of League mechanics a lot of times, and that I've found I don't enjoy Hardcore on it anymore. I used to. I actually have a character that's still alive that's 90, and I had one that was 100 that I got killed really dumbly when I went to show off the character. Because builds break between leagues. Because they change stats. Volatile Dead. Volatile Dead is nice because it's kind of an auto-target spell. So it's kind of fire and forget. And I do enjoy any fire and forget kind of spells I can get. Alright, for right now you can go there.
Hello. Good luck to you.
Like, very, very much a lot of times, a lot of leagues, I'll play a skill that either, like, minions and all that, or whatever. Alright, so we don't have access to exposure yet, but I will use exposure with that when we can. Yeah, we have damage and life up here. And then we cut across here to hit all these. Yeah, so this will reduce the mana cost of stuff, give me life regen, strength, intelligence. We're going to go down here for shield block and all that kind of stuff. We're going to go down here for more life and reduced cost of skills. We'll also be going down over this way. Let's go down here because that'll help me solve my mana regen. Yeah, we're going to go for these three here. Alright, I think it switches back to Volatile Dead. Because I am leveling both up because I have some gaps in my setup that are a bit painful right now.
That's tread carefully.
Yes.
Nothing new yet. Alright. You did, yeah, I did not get the Battlefront one. Let's see if it's not refreshed yet. It probably has. It is not. But yeah, one of my favorite builds of all time was during Blight League, which was Tower Defense League, is I had set up a Volatile Dead setup where I would cast Cyclone, or I had a spell Cyclone that I would set with Castle Channeling, and I would just keep casting that spell. And they actually ended up nerfing the spell after that league, so you couldn't have as many of the orbs up in the air. And it was because, like, just how bad it got that I could individually I could make an instant struggle to run by just unleashing everything on it. Alright. Oh, right. This is this one. That's right. I was thinking the later one. So I go down here, there's a waypoint here, there's an item down here. And this is just from playing it enough, I know where to find the quest items. If you're new to the game, it doesn't matter. You just walk around, you kill stuff until you find the thing you're looking for. The game does a pretty good job that if you're trying to figure out something, you just click a little exclamation mark, and it goes, oh, it's over there. And so you wander around till you're on that tile. In the meanwhile, you know, you murder absolutely everything because action RPG life. Alright, so we go to the docks now. You think Loop VD still gets around that nerf? Yeah, well, I mean, it's only a real problem if, you had ridiculous amounts of cast speed or that kind of thing, where you could just get way so many up in the air. You also notice it seems like you just dodge randomly. It's not that I'm seeing every single attack. You almost get like a sixth sense when you play a lot of this about like not standing still for more than like a second or two at the most. Just because that's like the time it takes an enemy to set up an attack on you, like a dangerous attack versus like little ones. So you learn that standing still is a real dangerous game. All right. All right. There we go. We found the waypoint. We found Fairgraves, who gives us a quest. Most people skip that quest. I've learned over the leagues past to not skip it. Now, granted, I've missed because I haven't been able to play as much because of streaming and all that. They give you cosmetics for doing a bunch of challenges every league. It's kind of their equivalent of achievements. And I've missed the last, I couldn't tell you how many leagues worth of achievements kind of thing. Which honestly is disappointing only because of how many leagues I've done all of the achievement kind of things, the challenges. But since I started streaming, I haven't had a single league I've been able to do even a decent number of them. As well as things that being able to commit the time isn't really realistic unless it's like going to be your main game or whatever. It's hard to really go into Path of Exile unless you're going to like commit to going into Path of Exile. Alright, so we need to go to Slar's Temple 2. And we get our next skill point, which we're going to go down this way. Probably grab the gem socket, or jewel socket, I mean.
Them. I like a dash of that. You may go.
Alright. So we have a necklace that's kind of garbage. Oh, that'll work. So my my setup on this character, I'm going to need way more dex than I'm reasonably going to get. So I'm going to depend on my equipment for a lot of my dexterity. Oh, that's not where I want to be. Alright. So getting a necklace that, you know, at this point is going to give me effectively like 60 dexterity is going to let me do a lot.
You looking sharp? Good luck.
Alright, so drop you off.
looking
And
sharp.
then I'm going to sell these for a bunch of scrolls of identity. That is the one big negative about stuff to like learn. Learning stuff like that, like the recipes for just trading to get stuff. Those are things I wish the game would be better about kind of revealing. Oh, that's not where I want to go. I need to go down to the sewers like it's going to tell me to. But those are things that can be kind of just hidden. Like, you start to figure stuff out, like, if you trade 3 of something, you get the next tier higher version, or if you trade this many of something, you'll get, like, the same rarity of the same thing that you can then, you know, maybe you'll get a better version or whatever. But the game is pretty cryptic about a lot of it. Which the idea is you're supposed to discover it, but those are kind of things that, you know, there really isn't a good path to discover it other than having people tell you. Alright. Only cut a bunch of those to the face.
This is at God's side. Where were your journey?
Yeah, like, ultimately in the long range, I'll have, like, really fast cast speed, and I'll be able to just spin up a bunch of those real fast. It's, I actually don't know what the tricks are nowadays. The volatile dead nerf that reduced the number of projectiles you can have in the air was one thing. The thing that really hurt, more than anything else, in my opinion, was it used to be you would set it up with, Cyclone Castle Channeling, or those kind of setups. And what that lets you do is effectively just hold the right mouse button and it would just keep spam casting every, like, fraction of a second. You know, as long as you had the mana to do it. And I liked that because, especially when you're playing a lot, you know, you want to give your fingers a break from just mashing the buttons again and again. And it was a nice workaround. But, the catch was, what it used to work, is you didn't have to spend the mana cost for the spell you were triggering with Castle Channeling, and now you do. Which becomes far more difficult to manage. I don't care about him. Just circumvented a mini-boss. Yay, terrible unique. What's up here? Oh, coiled staff. I'll take it because it's got blue sockets, so I can put it in my offhand to level gems. Okay, those waypoints I'm grabbing are fast travel. So we're just tagging them real fast. So I'm not actually doing anything on that map when it pops up. I'm just clicking to see it, because that's what you do to initiate, or whatever you want to say. Alright. And when you grab that tower thing, until you grab it, the enemies nearby get the buff, and then once you grab it, you get the buff instead. So it does encourage you to just dive into a group of enemies to take the thing. All right. And there's a story to the game. It's nothing to write home about. Like, it's fine. It is just one of those, there's the bad person. Oh no, there's the badder person. Oh no, there's the badder person. Oh no, now you're killing literal gods. Oh no, now you're killing the gods from other dimensions. Oh no, now you're killing the people who killed the gods from the other dimensions. Oh no, now you're killing the, like, you know, the even more dangerous things from other dimensions. You know, you get the idea. It gets to this, like, silly place of yes and, yes and, yes and no one stops goes, hang on, maybe it doesn't need to get this over the top. That's one of the things I'm actually looking forward to with Path of Exile 2 coming out, is just them being able to put, like, a big reset button on just the absurdity of the things that you face. Like, if I'm fighting, like, you know, these interdimensional god things that are scary and everyone's terrified of them, some random people who are stealing stuff or whatever shouldn't even be a credible threat to me. No, those elementals don't drop corpses for me to trigger this off of. I also remember, I thought people also use Spell Slinger with this. Right now I'm just using the totem because I had limited options at the early game. Later in the game I could start coming up with a couple different strategies, like a channeling skill that'll cast this. There was a helmet I used to always use that when you use enough mana, it would cast a skill that's inside the helmet. So the idea is you'd have one skill where you set up and then the helmet would keep triggering automatically. Alright. And we're almost to the other side of this.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination. I'll mourn your passing, sister. It's too late for regret.
Alright.
It's too late for regret.
Oh, nope, don't stop it. Okay.
Damn you!
I loved your work, Piety. It was you I wasn't very fond of.
She was all like, I'm mad. You killed me. There's, every couple of leagues, people be like, this is the league that Piety should come back. It's like, no,
Watch yourself.
please. Piety came back like 3 times. Let her stay dead, finally. I don't need more Piety in my life. She's a good character. Let her stay very dead and never come back. Alright, are any of these we care about? Not really.
Goodbye.
Piety's off to meet them.
Yeah, that's the one we're going to deal with that. Heidi is like Yamcha from Dragon Ball. You're like, how are you still here? How haven't you died? I don't, like, I'm not upset about it. I just don't understand.
Come over here. Don't do anything
All right. We'll have to see what we can come up with jewel sockets before we take one. Alright. So we gained 2 levels while we're doing all that, so let's deal with this. So, yeah, grab that socket and go down there. Alright. So let's gamble with one of these jewels. I'm feeling Cobalt will be better for us without doing any research on it. Little crit chance, don't care. Projectile damage, don't care that much. Projectile speed. Max life increased, yes. Fire cold resist, that'll do. For this phase of the game, that'll do. So we just take that and we just slap it right in there. What's funny is at one time Yamcha was considered a serious threat. It didn't last long. Yeah. But that's always been Dragon Ball suffers from the exact same problem that this game does. Is that, you know, they'd be like, oh no, it's the Saiyan. He is so scary. That Vegeta, you've got to watch out for him. He could doom the entire world. And then they fight and then they win. They go, oh no, it's Vegeta's boss, Frieza. Oh, disconnected. Lovely. It's Vegeta's boss, Frieza. She is so much scarier than Vegeta is. My goodness, you'll have to team up with Vegeta. Dear Lord, let's milk this one for 2 whole seasons. Oh no, it's someone even more powerful than Frieza. It's Cell. Actually, I think I'm skipping someone in between there. It's Cell. Cell is so much more powerful than everyone. Oh no, there's androids. They're even scarier. But we're gonna actually kind of like bypass them entirely as a thing in the series to make something even scarier than them right on the get-go. We're not even gonna have you have a chance for the androids to do anything. We're just going to immediately escalate. Oh no, it's something even scarier than Cell. It's interdimensional happening beings. And you're just like, oh my god, please stop. Like have Goku pass the torch. That way you can have kind of a reset button on this. Oh, I'm thinking the wrong zone. Yeah, so... Yeah, no, the androids... Well, the androids are before Cell because Cell used the androids to get strong. It was just one of those things that they, like, introduced the androids. They're like, they're big and scary, and then immediately got rid of them. Oh, yeah, no, after Cell came... Oh, wait. Was Boo... Yeah, Boo was after Cell? I don't remember. And then they went from Majin Buu and Cell and all that to we had the gods showed up. I feel like there's another one in between, but they just kept asking. I keep meaning to give this game a shot, but time is so limited. Yeah, it is not a time limited kind of game. Like, it is one of the big problems. You never got past the Frieza saga. For those who don't know, there's actually... The Frieza sagas were not only anime, but Dragon Ball specifically gets a reputation of just reusing stuff. For those who don't know Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. You should definitely be checking them out. Playing a variety of games. Been playing some My Time at Sandrock a bunch. Went through a whole bunch of games the other day, so if you're just looking like up for a wide range of games, also can help you with that. But no, this game's great. The big problem that you run into with this game is it does take time. And it is one of those things. So there's what's called the Challenge League and then Standard League. Which Challenge League is what most people play, but if you do not have the time to commit to the league, you kind of play Standard, because what happens is Challenge League resets every 3 to 4 months, which I know bothers some people, but they allow for all sorts of unbalanced shenanigans and all that. And it may give you carpal tunnel syndrome. So yeah, there's it's better than it used to be in a lot of ways. Like, you can automate the flasks now, thank God, you can automate the flasks now. We're not there yet, but it was a joke that you would do as referred to as flask piano, which is, right now I don't have them, but later on I'll have like a life flask and then 4 utility flasks. That'll do stuff like give me damage, give me movement speed, resistances or whatever. But they have such important utility value, you want them up at almost all times. And they only last for like 30 seconds, 20, 30 seconds or whatever. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of pressured players into just going 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And do that the entire time they're running around. But luckily those, you can still play that way if you want. But luckily you don't have to play that way anymore. You can get a you can get items you put on your flasks that go, okay, when it's full of charges, just use it. Okay, when it runs out, just use it. Okay, when this, just use it. Remember that story you told a while back about going to see a doctor and they knew what Path of Exile was? Yeah. Like, that was when I was dealing with the median nerve compression. That apparently in people who were specializing in carpal tunnel syndrome and all that, that Path of Exile was a known name by the by people in that industry, which is not a good thing. Like I said, though, they have actually put a lot of effort into it because they've gotten very justifiably a very bad reputation for it. All right. Yeah, so we're just exploding corpses into homing fireballs that then hunt down our prey. And occasionally when I don't have corpses, I drop that totem, which throws corpses at my enemies. Which is technically an attack, but like, it's a pretty ineffective attack. It's just being used to generate corpses for using my spell with. Oh, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be going... Alright. I'm thinking I'm already downstairs. So we're looking for... One of these rooms will have a candle on the wall we can flip. I think it'll be up here. I'm going into autopilot, and then thinking I'm in different places than I am. There it is. Just like me in real life. There's the one I remember doing plenty. Ooh, there's something up here. Ah. The one I've done many times is like you'll be going to some place that isn't like on your normal places you go, but is sort of begins with the same route, and you'll just like autopilot to the place you normally go, like to work or whatever. So, like, you'll be going to some store or whatever that you need to pick something up. Like the auto parts store or something. You don't go there with any frequency. And, hopefully. And because it's like halfway of the route is your normal route to work, you just find yourself driving towards work for a little bit and you go, wait a second. I'm not going to work today. So we're grabbing the golden pages because this unlocks Soza, and Soza is just allows you to get a bunch of your spells. Like, he sells almost every spell gem in the game. He's inconvenient because you have to do this extra quest to get him, and then you also have to bring the currency with you to buy him from him. But it does let you get a lot of stuff that you'd otherwise have to wait like another act or two just to get. He does have a few things that are missing. Stuff like cast when damage taken or whatever. Alright, so you have 17 dexterity and 14% fire resistance. The downside is the gem colors. Let's see if we can't fix the gem colors before I try switching this. Be nice if I get a actual shield in there versus the spirit shield thing I'm using. Ideally, I would probably want a spell suppression shield for now. But you don't worry about what you ideally want. You just worry about what that's not the right place. I mean, it's good that we're refreshing this so it doesn't reset on me, but I need to go there. Okay, so which skill gems do I need? So inspiration, volatile dead, elemental focus, hypothermia. None of which are these here. Unearth need spell totem, multiple totems, greater volley, enhance, empower, and unearth. We need Grace, Defiance, Banner, Determination, Tempest Shield, Bone Offering, Haste, yada 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 yada. Elemental Weakness. Okay. So none of these are what I need, but I can go ahead and grab that one, because at least I'll work with us for now. Alright, before I worry about trying to buy things with him, he only takes currency that is on your person. It is one thing I wish they would change, because there's really not a big reason for that. But it is what it is. So we're just going to grab a bunch of the random currencies. Because I don't even remember what he needs. And see if we can't get our gem set up. Alright, so right now, combustion isn't what I need. We have volatile dead and elemental focus. Those are correct. We can go for hypothermia. That's what I need. Here, slide you out of the way. And I need inspiration. There you are. So that's all the gem colors I need for my main skill. So we have Unearth. I have Greater Volley later. Spell Totem. We want multiple totems. Where?
Mine.
Alright. Okay, so multiple totems does not appear to be available yet. That's okay. Enhance and empower won't be available yet, so that's that one. Next up we have Tempest Shield. We have Determination. We have Defiance Banner. And we have Grace. And if you don't know what's happening here, I've got a thing called Path of Exile, or Path of Building, that basically I plan out what I'm doing in advance, all here. And so you do all your planning and figuring stuff out ahead of time. So that way when it comes time to like figure this out, you just go, I don't need to like, you know, do all my juggling of stats. I just be like, what do I want? So we would need Val Haste. We're not going to use regular haste. Yeah, no, it's a great tool. Bone Offering. Increased duration. For Bone Offering. There's Flame Dash. Faster attacks. And Shield Charge. That's that one. I don't believe... Yeah, it won't have... Yeah, we won't have casted damage taken available yet. Molten Shell should be available, though. Just... Oh, here. That's right, I got this extra inventory over there. So we won't be able to do that. And we have Flammability, which is here. It'll also want... Elemental Weakness. Okay, so that's all the skill gems I can do for right now. So let's pop back. That's not where I want to go. Pop back to town, try and get all our stuff going there. Even as a moat is more than a great tool. It's dang near required for anything above most beginner level play. Yeah, it's one of those things that you really do need it, or there's a couple websites that kind of fill the same gap. But it is just one of those things that you could play without it, but it is much harder to figure out what the heck you're doing. Alright, so. We can go ahead and drop this in. Try to remember why we have this. Yeah. So that's why we do that. We have Inspiration. We'll want Elemental Focus in there as well, but I don't have room for it, so I'll put that down there. We have Bone Offering and Increased Duration. We're not going to be able to hook up half of these things. Path of Building is the best quality of life in Path of Exile. Oh yeah, absolutely. Alright, so you need to have a change in colors. So you're going to want to be red by default. You're going to want to be red by default. You're going to try and be blue and green. Probably shouldn't waste my currency on this, but we're going to try it anyways. Just casually hitting what we want. All right. I want 1 blue, 2 green, and a red. It's easy game. Easy game. There. That's literally how Volatile Dead's going to be linked for the rest of the game, so that's just done. Cool. Detonate Dead we can just shove over here for right now. I'll put Combustion over here just because. Alright. So this will be for you for right now. Bone Offering, Increased Duration, Faster Attacks, Flame Dash, Shield Charge. They got a bunch of auras. The auras don't need to be anything specific, so that'll work. See if we can't get a red socket on here. That's perfect. I'm using up all my good luck. It's gonna all be gone. Every last bit of it. So we will set you to Shield Charge and you to Flame Dash, even though I don't like middle mouse button. Alright. I need at least 2 of those to be linked. There we go. That's Increased Duration there for when I go to use Bone Offering, which is going to go here. No. Bone Offering won't go there. That'll be Molten Shell. I need a blue socket. That'll work. These ones didn't have to be together. It was just, I need a blue socket somewhere. Okay, so we've got our socket set up for the time being. It'd be nice to get the curses in, but I'm not going to use those anytime soon. And this is probably the best we can. In the meantime, we can just drop all of this over here so it levels. Cool. Alright, so you're going to be Molten Shell. Or you could be Tempest Shield. So you can be Tempest Shield, Flame Dash, do this. Auras don't get to live here. Molten Shell will be automated later, by the way. So Termination, which one are we missing for here? Alright, so Grace. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Okay, so we've got Tempest Shield, Determination, Grace, and Molten Shell. Alright, so of these we have grants armor, grants evasion, and once you reserve mana, banner, yada yada, increases armor and evasion. Yep, so it's all armor and evasion, so that's all defensive. Cool. So that should help us a great deal. Yeah, no, when you first start playing and you look at that passive tree, you're like, what the what? Alright. Now I play the game where all of my gems start leveling rapidly. It's fine. It's not auto-casting. Alright, so we'll have to figure out what to do with Tempest Shield. I was hoping Tempest Shield would auto-cast, because there's most instant cast spells will just work. Okay. Oh, right. They changed it. It used to be you would, Tempest Shield would be a thing you'd cast, it'd take a little while. Alright, so in that case, let's get rid of Grace and put on that. I technically apparently put all three of those on. I don't know if we'll be able to actually do that and have mana. I feel like if I ever took the time to learn, I'd really like this game. Yeah, no, it's a really good game. The good news, you don't need to know how to do everything. Like, you really don't need to. It's one of the things you just have to get past. You'd be like, but how do I do this mechanic? How do I do that mechanic? Don't worry about it. You'll learn it in time if you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, you won't learn those mechanics. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna need way more mana regen. So I think of the passive tree. For a little while, we're investing in mana. Because we turned on a bunch of auras, and they're good. But the way this game works is instead of like World of Warcraft or whatever, where you put on your 15-minute cooldown buff or whatever, instead this one, you can put on what's known as an aura, and it basically reserves mana. So instead of you having to cast it constantly, you just kind of turn it on, and you just have the buff until you turn it off. But some of your mana is just unavailable to you. So that's the reason why if you look down here in the bottom left, right, there's just like the tiniest little sliver of blue on the bottom. It's because I've reserved all the rest of my mana. What I'm looking for is there's a quest item here for a quest that most people skip. There it is. Cool. I wonder if you can alter the build to make a cast on crit VD elemental. That could be fun. The challenge right now is, as I mentioned before, is those trigger spells, like cast on crit, cast while channeling. is they're no longer free. When it triggers, you have to pay the mana. So it's tricky to set those up because usually those are they're very fast casting spells that constantly cast. So you have to have a lot of mana recovery for those now. And usually that comes at the direct expense of damage. Because, you know, you have to give up, like, some increased damage rolls for, like, mana recovery or whatever. It just ends up being enough of a hit to your damage that it can make a lot of the, you know, channeling or... Yeah, no, it's just... It's very difficult to set up where it doesn't, you know, you play the skill and you go, okay, but I could just do this other skill and it'd be way better. Which I'm actually pretty unhappy about that particular change, by the way. The one where they made it so it was very difficult to do a lot of that stuff. Because for me, a lot of those really gimmicky builds where you'd, you know, cast while channeling this, which would then, you know, you'd have the helmet that you take damage when you use mana, but you'd use that to trigger your cast while damaging to do this. Like, those to me were fun builds. I'm like, look, man, I got a lot of setup I have to do to make that work. Like, that to me is enough of a balance thing of having to get everything where it needs to be. It's not hard, it's just figuring out the ways you can abuse the system. Which one is this one? Life regen. Yeah, almost all my auras and all that are going to be around survivability. Because we'll have the rest set up to do pretty okay damage just on its own. It's part of the reason why Detonate Dead and Volatile Dead have a certain popularity. Is you can get them to at least acceptable amounts of damage without huge amounts of investment. Which then lets you put a little bit more into your survivability. Detonate Dead is definitely the more popular of the two. It's got just more damage in general, and usually there's enough corpses you can explode stuff on your enemies. No, I probably should have fast traveled back, it's fine. Normally with this place, it's not always a guarantee, but usually whatever side you spawn in, it'll be roughly the opposite side that you find the other door. Sometimes it's at diagonal, sometimes it's straight though. Rhetorical saying, you're planning on starting with Penance Brand, but you're kind of missing the spinny. Might go Cyclone Slayer, unless the old Crit and Pale aren't ridiculously expensive. Yeah, I do enjoy, some of my earlier characters I did stuff like, Slayer and all that. As time went on, I almost always played as, like, Necromancer and Gladiator and that. Especially when Block and Spell Block were so absurdly strong. I had a lot of leagues that do that because it was too hard to give up and just ignoring, like, half the attacks against you. That you have just such ridiculous stats with the block that you can just ignore so much. Alright. Yeah, so you keep reducing the mana cost of skills and all that to try and make our lives easier.
You'd bite the master that called you here, witch?
I just went and canceled some of my R's because I don't have enough mana to actually do the damage I need to do. Alright.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Okay.
Die! The light of divinity! The light of divinity! Nightmare prevails!
Alright. And phased.
World is an illusion, Exile.
Have a fantastic night. Just lurking while you end work. Gotcha, I appreciate the lurk. Yep, and I am very excited for Path of Exile 2. I'm curious how it'll do. It is a very different game than Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gonna have a different feel, different mechanics, different everything. Like I got the opportunity to play the play it during ExileCon, and it's an action RPG. Like, that part of it's the same, but it is absolutely a different experience that a lot of people are gonna have a lot of adjustments to do for it. It's been a while since I've had to do mechanics on Dominus. Alright. And I actually want the strength evasion armor is what I'm going for the most. Or sorry, the armor evasion. Alright, and Act 4.
Let's see where it comes from.
Please stop doing that. I was like clicking on the wrong thing down there. Yeah, I'm still like 3 levels over leveled, which is why I'm just rushing through and not really fighting that much. I'm taking a pretty significant XP penalty if I fight them. To such a point, me getting to the appropriate level area is a faster way to level than me killing them. And so now I have shield charge. That's a good. One of the things that is really exciting to see that they announced with Path of Exile 2 is you're going to be able to, for a lot of spells, move and cast at the same time. So you won't have to do like the stutter step with most abilities. Wow, that a lot of MTXs here making the game stutter a little bit. I just realized I should be able to do my my Ascension now. Yep, WASD movement. Yep, and you can still do the old movement if you don't like it.
You've done yourself proud today.
But it'll let you do stuff like, you know, back up from an enemy while throwing attacks versus like now you do this like thing where you like kind of step forward and back. What people refer to as stutter stepping.
Why are you still standing there?
Alright, so let's turn this quest in. So I'm definitely looking forward to that, because that was people were saying like if I could choose something to add to the game, what would I add so far as different stuff? And I was always like, I would like movement support skills so that I could make it, you know, I would be... That is a lot of life for a ring at this point. That is a lot of life for a ring at this point. But I need the dex on these rings, sadly. We'll keep that ring for now, because that's 70 health on that ring. As in never going back to the old way. Fighting some regen rare while stutter stepping was the worst experience. Uh-huh. Actually, I'm not going to keep that ring.
You looking sharp?
We'll see better.
Don't do anything
Alright, so it's time to become an actual necromancer versus right now we're just a witch.
The Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Justice doth preside. Justice will prevail.
Just checking real fast on the past. There we go. Just checking to have the stuff set up for the necromancy stuff. Like where I want to put my earlier points. So later on it could be worth taking the time to actually... Sorry. Later on it can be worth taking the time to clear the labyrinth and all that. Early on, you just want to get to the end. Doing all like the little side things, eh. You can't get particularly, like there's only one or two even like useful enchants that you can get. And like the glove enchants, the most useful one is still kind of just okay. Oh right, it's not equipped in that spot. Okay, nope, entropy devastation gloves are 12 divination at the moment. No crit and pale BB for you. That doesn't surprise me. Ooh, let's actually grab our crafting recipe. For those who are not familiar with Path of Exile, divination is the second highest value currency behind mirrors right now. In other words, it is big old money.
Enjoy the reprisal.
Well, he managed to charge that up.
Are you a martyr?
Okay, well, I've given him all the different elements, so that's not what you want. Because I can't actually target my skills here. And so it was all chasing those down. That's not good. They're not used often, but they're Uber Shaper only. Yep. I'd imagine the people doing Uber Shaper at all right now is almost none. Alright. Yeah, so the Lord's Labyrinth, which is what we're in right now, is kind of a unique place in this game in that most places, if you die, you either get multiple attempts at it or you can just keep going back again and again and again without worry. This one, when you die, it kicks you out and you have to start it over. So you just have to do it in one go. It's not super long, but it is, you know, it is a thing. It also changes layouts every day. There's some pretty actually solid good stuff in here, but a lot of people don't do it more than they have to.
When the time comes to strike,
That's
Emperor
a
strikes
bad
without
time is what that is.
To entertain doubt is to dance. An emperor
Don't
is only as efficient
don't be the yellow elemental ones. It's the guardians or champions or whatever. Not super excited about that.
no two battles are alike. Rise to the occasion.
All right.
You were born for this.
Making this way harder than it has to be on myself.
Bad. They couldn't be more wrong.
All right. Could have been worse. We could have had all three of the guardian helpers, whatever, up. It wasn't likely though, because with them moving around and being additional targets for my spell, they're likely to get hit just as cannon fodder, bystanders, whatever. Deal with leveling when I get the aspirants room. Okay, which puzzle is this? It's the one way down there. Alright, is this the one where you have to hit the different floor tiles in order? Oh. This will take 2 seconds to get through. I normally don't do these, but I'm like, yeah, I ran into it. Like, Uber Lab and better, sometimes I will. Yeah, it's just a hidden room. There you are.
A potent little gift from our primitive past.
Alright. We get to crit a whole lot. That'll actually help a little bit since our damage isn't the best. Alright. And we're through that. Cool. Alright, that's the long way, so let's not go that way.
When I'm ready and not before.
Alright, so I have one more room to go across, and then that last room should be the Aspirant's Trial after that. I also forgot the BB Assassin is nerfed. Need all Blood Rage spells for spell hits. Yeah, they do have a tendency if one build starts either outperform or it just gets too popular, they'll start, they'll make tweaks to try and adjust its popularity. They're sometimes slow within, sometimes ineffective. Other times they get a little overboard. And by a little overboard, I mean they nuked it for Morbid. I don't know about BV, but I've definitely known a couple of builds that, were popular. They made changes that were like 4 different ways and just killed it. Sleepy girl? You have a good night as well. Love. You can send to bed.
An aspirant can afford to be promising.
Alright, so there should be no traps because this is the
Those promises.
first lab.
Our throne is the most devious trap of them all. To command is to act. Make your mark.
Alright.
Of tyranny is inescapable.
There. Okay, so grab the keys. Grab the evasion armor bases. I don't actually care about Iron Shield. We'll just go ahead and fill out our inventory now.
Too much class.
Okay, good enough.
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy.
Okay, we don't care about the enchant nearly as much. Let's get this.
Embrace our
Alright, so we're going to be a necromancer.
descendant, for this is the ending that we all
I'm just overlapping the dialogue. Okay. So we have minion damage, which does work for my spell, and then my auras from skills have increased cast and attack speed to allies, increased damage, and increased elemental. So this is a big one. Offering skills have reduced, have also affect you and have reduced duration. I want that, but not right away. If you consumed a corpse recently, you and your minions have increased area of effect. With at least one nearby corpse, you'll have more damage and reduced enemy damage. And then for each corpse consumed recently, up to a max of 200%. Near corpses you spawned recently are chilled and shocked. Okay, so I think I want this one first. Because 30% elemental resistances and 30% damage. Yes. That's damage and survivability. Then we'll go this route, and then we'll go for the offering.
When I'm ready and not before.
Add 3%. Wait a second. Oh, they changed this. Transform a skill gem to a random transfigured gem of the same color. Okay. Add 3 quality to a skill gem. That's fun. All right. Cool. So that was the Ascension with Lord's Labyrinth, so we are now officially a necromancer instead of just being a witch. Which basically gave me that extra thing. You'll end up getting those are not bad boots. I'll need the dex though. Okay. Alright, so those are probably a straight up upgrade for the boots we have. So I'll take those. It's gonna be hard to beat that necklace with all those stats on it. Nope. 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 Okay, that's a fun one. The damage over time isn't huge for this build.
Stay out of the shadows.
Alright, so that goes away. Yeah, so that's got more evasion, more dexterity bonus, more max life. We're losing a little bit of resistance, but eh. Okay, so you can go away. That's mana reservation's a good one. The increased totem life, I think we put that in. Yeah, because that's max life, which is nice. And resistances are nice. This is all the resistances, and then mana reservation and all that. I think we still keep that one handy. Alright. So you have my totem stuff. So those are nicer, but right now I can't make them work because I need the sockets. That's a critical one to my build. So the socket situation is not something I can work around. All right. You also want to make sure every once in a while to spend a little currency just crafting your gear. Anything that's got a slot, you can just shove stuff on it, so I mean, why not? This is also those builds that gets better the higher the density of the monsters are. Because then I don't have to generate my own corpses very often. You are a tanky one. Cool. All right. And I went out of my way to pull up that rare monster corpse since it's extra damage, but yeah, this is because Einhar monsters get a bonus to life. It gets pretty ridiculous. Ooh, fragmented. Alright, so I believe we're going for increased mana reservation efficiency. Which means this goes up some more. Can't quite get the last one on there, but we'll get there eventually. It still gives me more mana to wiggle around with. So what this means is there are certain stats locked in. So like this one has a pretty good life roll locked in that I could clear this out and start rolling it a bunch of times to get it. A locked in cold gems is interesting. The rest of them are pretty much garbage. That's not terrible. It's a shame I can't use it because of the strength, but still. A ring with a locked in life roll.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
All right. Cool. All right. And so we're looking for the what was the Emperor in the past, but you know, has been displaced. Vol, that's his name. All right. Usually he's down over here on the left somewhere. It might be a gap in the path down there that leads to him. That'll be where he is. Misread it. Okay. And we've got that all figured out. Keep finding all sorts of stuff, but I am just burning a lot of the currency on that. So 15. Yeah, those other ones are still better. I don't want to deal with trade that much. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Unlock you. Is up here. Drag you back over here. We'll say 15C, because I have no idea what the price is. I'll say 10C. I have no idea what the prices are, so public. Priced. Exact price in all items. 10 chaos. Okay. Drop you in there. Drop you in there. I'm probably being very greedy with those prices, and the reality is I don't actually care if I sell it. But it's one of those things that, meh.
Yes.
If it sells, fine. If it doesn't, fine. I usually look at it as what is the minimum I'm willing to stop what I am doing to interact with another player for. And my price is 15C right now. It used to be like 5C, and then the next league it was like 10C, and then it was like 15C.
better.
Okay. So we're not going to use on the golems. Yeah, none of those matter. We're not going to use them. If we're not investing in minions, the golems will just fall over dead every time. And that becomes tedious just resummoning them. Alright.
When I'm ready, and not before. Guests are mountain. Pleased to see you too.
Okay. It's almost time for us to swap our flasks again. Won't be too much longer before I stop carrying a mana flask. Spell resistant periodically enrages. That's fine. Resistant is not immune. Alright. And so, like, leagues past when I was streaming, I'd be stopping at, like, Einhar showing all that. Right now, because I'm way behind on the curve for League, I feel like I just want to kind of get to the end game, and then we can start talking through, like, the mechanics or whatever. Like, by all means, if anyone has like questions along the way, they're like, how does that work? Or, I don't understand this. By all means, ask. I have no problem with answering questions. But I have the feeling a lot of people here either A, already know Path of Exile, or B, they're not at the phase that they are ready for someone to like talk through, like they're not actively playing at the moment or whatever. You're just kind of hanging out, lurking to support. I'll still explain stuff as it comes to mind and whatnot, but... Alright. Mostly we're just trying to get through the story. Because all the fun new stuff happens after the story. It's one of the reasons why there's been a lot of push for them to include like an adventure mode or some other way to bypass the story, because it really does feel like you just rush through the story as fast as you can to start playing each league. Alright. What'd you drop for me? Chaos Orb.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Alright.
Don't be fighting. You will be over soon.
One of the things they did add this time is those areas down below that I've started skipping. You can get new skill gems through it. They're like kind of like twisted versions of the skill gems we have, in that they have minor differences to the mechanics, similar to like you have the anomalous gems and all that from Heist. But one of the ones I'd be curious about is Chain Detonate Dead. So instead of like Detonate Dead, where you cast and explodes like right at that spot, Chain Detonate Dead, the way it works is you cast it, and it starts chain reacting across corpses. And that feels like that could be a really fun skill to mess with. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people go that way, though. But it could be an interesting one where you basically just start setting up corpses as much as possible. I feel like that's one to make it feel good. You'd have to have a decent area of effect size. That way I could have like the first explosion kills a monster, which drops the corpse, which then it chain reacts to that corpse, and you get the idea that you can like trigger it and let it run. It has a limit, like 30 explosions or something like that. So I can't just trigger it and then chase it the entire map. But it would be fun to, you know, set that up where you could, you know, chase it through an entire room where you just pop one and it just goes. Oh, I want to grab that. Don't know if I'm done yet with Mana Flasks. We're getting close.
Don't die, please.
Because I'm also going to get more stuff that's going to give me some mana efficiency, mana reservation efficiency, that kind of stuff. And all that should pile together to make it so I can sustain casting without having to stop and worry.
May fear guide you.
Alright. Recover an additional 12% of the flask over 10 seconds. If used while not full at health. Increased mana, reduced recovery rate. So that's a good one for just keeping it sustained. Immunity of poison. Yep, that's an upgrade. So I have burning, removes curse. I don't care about applying instantly. I'd rather actually go slower. That works. Alright, so we've got that. Increased elemental chance. Chance to shock, freeze, and ignite. Resistance and all that, so that's all good news. We're not grabbing any keystones down there. There's over here somewhere I had some mana efficiency stuff that we had skipped I was going to grab. Is that you down there? Yeah. Yeah, so we go around this way for the mana efficiency, and then we will grab increased R of effect. Because I'm just trying to get it to where I could turn on all my auras and leave them on.
The corruption will pass.
What?
Alright, you want me to talk to Nico, which is just to get them to do their next thing.
Stay in the light.
Alright, so now we gotta go deal with Combe and Duresso.
When I'm ready and not.
So are we at the point I can toss in our reservation? Not quite, because you're 40%.
This is
Alright, so I got a little bit more.
what Karui King's head looks like.
Alright, it's gonna be down over here. Or not. Okay, so it is going to be up here to the left, and then I will cut across to the right. No, actually. This is a confusing layout for it. Because usually you have to, like, zigzag down right on this map. So you go down right, and then it loops up far right. And then you go kind of to the left. So it does like a little zigzag, makes like a little Z shape. No, stay away from me. He drains your mana. Get out of my mana. I need that. There. I've had characters where the mana drain one straight up kills me because, you know, it drains your mana. Now you can't use the moves like dash away or anything, nor can you defend yourself. There's plenty of ways you can counter it, but you've got to set up at least some of them. Or at least one of them, I mean. No. Sometimes you can just race up some of these hills. All right. I remember the number of times I died to those things over there on the left. Like, when I was new to the game, the number of times I came in here and just got absolutely death starred by them. Because there's a group of ranged enemies that you kind of, if you're going fast, you run into roughly the same time. And they hit pretty hard. So before I like started learning how to stack defenses and all that, and especially during the campaign when you're dealing with really scuffed gear, I would run up there, not realize I was going there, and just like run straight at them kind of thing, and just get absolutely obliterated. Alright, when I finish off Calm, I'm gonna take a minute to quickly use the restroom and all that. Let's get across this zone. Alright, so we're almost the appropriate level. Like, we're still one level over level, but we're in the range. It's at least not totally a waste of time for me to kill stuff. I also just realized I have crit screen shake on. I need to turn that off. Because towards the end, this game is, or this build is going to crit at an okay rate. It's not a crit-based build, but it will have enough crit that will be able to keep a couple of buffs up. That we don't get bonus crit damage, but instead we get bonus damage to all attacks if I've crit recently. So I'm giving up individual single hard hits for regular, somewhat harder hits. We're not there yet. Okay. Yeah, I need to get rid of the screen shake. It's just so much screen shake here. Let's see. You nearly excavation of your PC. Path of Exile is updating, so you can restart tomorrow. Nice. All right. So that's one of the 2 items I needed. All right, so I'm gonna take just a minute real fast. I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a moment. It's making a bunch of things that aren't your normal stressors into your stressors. And all that, so that's been interesting. The thing that has been an issue, and it isn't even like the no loot run thing, is I've just been getting bullied around by the zombies a whole bunch. All right, let's avoid eating more. Let's just stay hungry, so you get the, because they should have a bonus. That's interesting. That's weird. There's a bonus here somewhere. For being. Right. I have electricity, and that was propane. That's Noita. Things are going well, and then suddenly they're... And since there's 2 sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, and was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Alright. I also like when we're doing that Fallout one, where it's like boo, just in the middle of all that.
When I'm ready, don't die, please.
Yeah, it's a shame. Like games like Fallout and Skyrim. Like I've tried them both, and they really have not gone well. But I've got a lot of feedback that a lot of people really aren't. Like a lot of people who tune into this channel, I should say, aren't particularly big on first-person games. Like, they sometimes make exception for stuff like Satisfactory, because while it's first-person, it's like not a first-person shooter or whatever. But it's just kind of the thing that as you do stuff in your channels, you will develop an audience related to whatever content you're playing. So, you know, if you play a lot of survival games, more people are going to tune in expecting survival. And then there's going to be some genres that generally people who play survival games are less likely to be into, just on the broad scope. So it's kind of one of those things that you're creating an audience that, you know, is going to lean more towards one game than another. Which, like, that's for the record part of the reason Path of Exile doesn't do as well on the channel. Is a lot of action RPGs, there's a certain amount of like reflex play and all that happening. A lot of loot sorting and stat comparing and that kind of stuff. Which is definitely not what stuff like RimWorld and Project Zomboid and these kind of games are. That's fine. Oh, right. The screen shake. Or they just stand there and tank stuff to the face because I'm feeling a little tanky. Alright, so in here somewhere is Screen Shake. We want that crap gone. Da 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 da. Screen Shake disabled. Oh, Incursion Ultimate effect? Oh. Okay. They can be, though. I've definitely spent time reorganizing my stockpile. Oh, yeah, the, yeah, now it's, oh, who was it? I know Lamprey will do that every once in a while. If you're talking, like, resorting your, reorganizing your stockpile in, like, Project Zomboid. Like, I don't do that much. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Usually what happens is early game, I toss all my stuff in 1 or 2 containers, and that's my organization strategy. Like, I don't like floor sorting. Sometimes you don't really get a choice in the matter. But, usually after that, about the only sorting I do in Project Zomboid is, I will take the time at some point during the game to just, this is the room I put my weapons, this is where I put my weapons, this is where I put my this. But once I've done that once, I never have a need to do it again because I don't die. I've learned, if you don't die, you don't have to do any of the chore things. Yeah. Now, organizing, because especially once you've played Project Zomboid enough, you realize that, like, you don't really need to grab much loot. Like, you just really don't. Like, a lot of your loot is just going to take up space. It's just a thing you're going to have to work around kind of thing. It really does change the entire way you approach items and loot and all that in the game. To such a degree that you just don't even worry about half of it. You can get in detailed? Yeah, you can. Well, that's, for me, usually the way I do my storage in RimWorld, which is effectively your loot, is generally I won't do any management of it at all. For a while, I'll just have, like, this is where we put our loot. And then from there, what'll end up happening is eventually I'll start getting frustrated because I'm having problems finding stuff. And that's what'll be, I'll just go and be like, this is where the weapons go. And sometimes I'll dedicate, like, this is the weapon storage room, but a lot of times it'll just be my storage rooms. Like, here, these 3 shelves, these are the weapon shelves. You know, or, like, I usually, the one exception is I will have a EMP grenade shelf. Just that way when, you know, I have mechs show up, I can grab EMPs in a hurry. Because I find them important enough to make a special exception. But yeah, I don't take any of the time that some people do to... Can I actually do that? Can I do this? Am I reaching too close to the sun? Am I flying too close by turning on all my auras? I'm definitely reaching too close to the sun. I figured I was when I had 34 mana that was unreserved and that's it. It's like, alright. I can get away with a lot, but that's a bit much. Alright, so let's quickly check a bunch of these fractured items. So that's fractured terribly. Terrible. I thought there was more. It's fine. Alright. Well, that one voice stood out a lot. That, she was a loud one. Okay. There's gotta be... Oh, that's probably an upgrade for us. Alright. Well, that's how you played in a room that was like armory. I've had runs where I started getting a bunch of colonists that I did have. This is the armory room. This is like the... It'd be like the equipment room, so it'd be like apparel and utilities. And, you know, junk like that. Yeah, if I had curses, or if I had space for my curse as well, when he did that, I would pop the curse as he stood up. Oh, yeah, there's the extra items. I keep forgetting I have this extra inventory off to the side here. Ooh, okay. 24? I could live with this. Let's play a little game. We go here, we go Scour. The dexterity stays. Oh, I'm not going to be able to use a binding on you. Because you're not normal. Gross. Alright, well that was a waste of a Scour.
What do you want?
I forgot it would just drop it down to magic. Well, I'm gonna hit it with an augment, just see what happens. Might as well. Crap.
Yes.
I might try and watch for a, I might try and watch for a base that is the right stats. Okay, that's 24. It's a shame that such a terrible thing locked in on it.
I'm watching you.
So you use the orb of binding and all that. If I find some evasion armor boots, I'm gonna hit them with the either boots or gloves. We're gonna hit them with the orb of binding. So this one's okay. It's more spell power than I have. Oh, actually, I just need you to give me a red blue. There you go. And then that'll be an upgrade.
What do you need now?
Because that wand is like one I got on the first beach. Alright, let's take a quick step over to our crafting bench. We've upgraded a lot of items. Let's see if we can't slap a couple extra stats on here.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Alright, so what could I do with you? So you can only have prefixes. Alright, so none of these are things I want to waste time with. You already got stuff. You don't have space on you at all. You're good. Alright, so I can add stats. So we're going to add life onto you. Same deal, we're going to add life onto you. I can't add anything to you at all, because you're only magic. The shield I need to get replaced in a big way. The shield should not still be around. Alright, we'll add life to you. Life is the safe call for like any spot. If you can add life, life is never a bad idea. Alright, and with that, we've got all those sorted. Yeah, I can barely turn that on, but I need just a little bit more efficiency for it to be worth time. Yeah, so with that, I gave myself about 100-ish more life, because we gave ourselves 30-40 extra base life plus our life modifiers from the passive tree. Alright, so we go back to town. I believe she'll give us the gems for stuff like Spell Echo and that kind of thing. Bunch of support stuff. Which I think this is where we can get Greater Volley. Alright. I don't think we use any of those. But there's a good chance that now I could go down to the person who sells gems, and they'll get a choice of like Greater Volley and those kind of things. Let's just chuck that in there.
What is it, Exile?
Alright, you're not who sells me the gems again? Was it you? Alright. So let's see if any of these we care about. Mark and Hit, Arcadus Brand, Barrage, Greater Volley. So congratulations, Regular Volley. You're gone. Which, yeah, I think this just gives me more corpses. Yeah, so it's twice as many projectiles, and that's less damage from the projectiles, but I'm not using the projectiles for damage. I'm using them to drop corpses on the ground. And there's the multiple totems, which go in the same area. Do we have an extra red? No. So you go here for now. You have a cast with damage taken, which goes with the molten shell. Alright. Oh yeah, returning projectile support. I was curious, it's like some of the skills, it's like, okay, what happens if you do that? Yeah, castle channeling support would be great. I don't think we can make that work in this build. That is the way I like doing these kind of things. Because it's ultimately going to be the totems that go in the chess piece. Like right now I don't have it that way, but that's ultimately going to go there. Because if you look at it right now, I've got, you know, Unearth, Greater Volley, do this. That gives us the multiple totems, so that'll be the last of the things that go in there. But then we're also going to get Enhance and Empower, which are rare drop kind of things. Okay, what am I still missing? We have all those, we have all those, we have all those. Val Haste, we just have to get Haste and get a Val version of that. Yes, we have those. I need Enhance and Empower in there. Oh, we have all those. We have all those. We're just missing Val Haste. And everything else we're good on so far as the skill gems. Until we can get the Enhance and all that, we'll probably sit there and try and put more sockets here. Because I could do Castwell Channeling Cyclone if I got a 6-link for the Val here. But that would require me to switch out, I believe, my weapon. What do you cost? In alchemy? I'll grab it. We're here.
Until next time.
And we can go here and combustion. We can take that out. Drop you in. All right. Let me quickly pop back and check what Cyclone requires. Or, because I can't remember if it requires a melee weapon. I feel like it does.
When I'm ready.
It's so. 'Cause
Ba, 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 ba. Go target location. It doesn't claim it requires that. But I would need more sockets. And now I'm trying to remember is if I want to say you keep Cyclone at level 1, because I remember accidentally leveling up so many times and getting myself in trouble doing that because that increases the mana cost. Because what we'd want to do is then decrease the cost of the skill. So Cyclone is around here somewhere. There you are. Yep. If I do ultimately go with the castle channeling route, which I don't think we will, but if I do, I'm going to want the Stampede boots, which are the Blight boots, because the Stampede boots have an effect where it says, like, your movement speed is, like, 150 or 200%. And there's nothing that changes it. It's locked in. Yeah, it says skill cannot be used. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I require having... Yeah, I'm pretty sure for Cyclone to work, I have to have some type of melee weapon. I can't use a wand. So it could be a sword or whatever that... Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It requires a melee weapon or to be unarmed. But we could check into that, because there's always a possibility if I do decide to go that route. Okay. I could always swap it out. So the big thing I'm going to do right now is the first time it tries to level, I'm going to right-click and say don't level it. Because once I do that, it'll stop asking. Can be done with rune daggers? Yeah, there's a bunch of options. I think scepters work. Either way, there's lots of uniques we can go with. There's a bunch of different weapons. One thing I could also do is there's a craft you can get on your weapon with wands and all that that will cast when a skill is used. And that's usually a good one for having a bunch of stuff. So I've got options with that. Because the more I can take away from me having to cast a bunch of things, the better. Alright, so I'm 2 levels ahead. Yeah. I mean, it's not something, I wouldn't use it for, like, generating corpses, but you'd use it for something like Bone Offering, which has, like, 10 seconds. So you can see, like, the Bone Offering has, like, 10 seconds, whatever, so you can run around and just Bone Offering pops up randomly. Would you stop blocking my path? Okay. That was castle channeling. I thought I just leveled up Cyclone. I'm like, no, because you just instinctively want to hit it. I personally feel that in the game, there should never be a situation you don't want to level a gem. Like, that's not the way it is in reality, but, like, another gem you would often not level is cast when damage taken. They have changed it so as it levels up, it requires less damage to trigger is one of the things it can do. And I'm like, yes, that's how it should be. Like, make it so it barely ever triggers at low level, and that as you level it up, it triggers more and more often. Okay, so this one's going to be auras from your skills have increased effect on you. Boom. Some car parts you need arrive, so you'll leave a lurk and go check them out. Maybe work in the car since I'm feeling better today. Alright. Thank you for hanging out, and I do hope you know, the feeling better sticks around, and I do hope that the car parts all go swimmingly. And that may your car repair be as uneventful as possible. Flame dash. That's fine, that's fine. I haven't seen Cyclone pop up. Oh, it's not socketed. It's not gonna pop up. Wait, no, it is socketed. Okay. That's the only one I gotta watch for, is that I do not level Cyclone.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Because Cyclone's just there for purposes of triggering other skills, maybe. I'm basically putting it there as a option.
Be happy for me, sister. It's not often we get to erase our failures.
Ooh, you hit hard. What am I? Oh no, I clicked on chat. I clicked out of the window. I was like, why am I not moving? All right.
Our mistakes can be our greatest achievements. That's it was melon.
All right. And so Piety's all like, dang it, you killed me, and now you beat me up again, and now like the person who brought me back, I'm a mad. Let's go murder the crap out of him. And we're like, yes, that's literally why I'm here. I was here to murder them, and you were just kind of in the way. Increased duration, hypothermia support. Murder, yes, that's the reason I'm here. That's, people will be like, oh, so you're the hero. It's like, no. Like, you kind of accidentally do good things. The Exile is really not a good person. The game even, like, very much alludes to these kind of things. Like, you don't get the line anymore. Actually, no, you think you still do get the line when you kill a serious Zana showing up and being like, so you're gonna stop now, like, right? There's no reason to go back to the Atlas. We've beaten them. And you're like, no, I'm definitely going back in and killing things I have no need to kill anymore because I wanna. Because I need those fat loots. I do wonder if we're gonna have Zana back, kind of thing. The who's the good guy? It's such a relative term. Oh yeah, like Warhammer 40k. Please stop stunning me. Yeah, Warhammer 40k is just as relative. It's like, who's the good guys? It's like, well, it's not so much who's the good guys, but we can discuss who's less bad. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely bad guys in Warhammer's 40k, and there's definitely bad guys in Path of Exile, but the good is very relative. I could just stand back here and cast if you want to let me do that. It's like, so the humans are the good guys, like, yeah, the Imperial Guard, it's like, okay. Alright, so right-click Cyclone so we don't get prompted to level it up ever again. For that skill gem. Like, if I get a new copy of Cyclone and I put it in there, that'll pop up. The only exception is, I could level it to 20, and then do the thing where you reset it back down to level 1 quality 20, but I'm not gonna bother. I don't remember what that does to Cyclone. I think it increases the area of effect or the spell of or something like that. Like, it's good if you're actually gonna use Cyclone as a attack within itself, but we're using Cyclone as a delivery system if we use it at all. Alright. So we killed the 3, now I go kill the boss. Path of Exile 3.23, the vendor recipe for turning level 20 gems into quality gem orders no longer works with skill gems. As a benefit, quality provides damage dealing skills is now more powerful. The vendor recipe can now only be used with awakening support gems. Oh, that is...
Before we walk, we've come.
You know, I actually don't have a problem with that. That definitely is a pain. But honestly, I don't. Honestly, I would be happy with them getting rid of a lot of vendor recipes.
Will you go to bed now, little girl? Or do I need to tuck you in?
Please stop talking, Malik. It's not the end of the world, but I don't want you to level your Cyclone twice. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Yeah, no, it's one of those things, it's like, you know, honestly, it really made gem cutters, like, not as valuable at all if you were willing to take the time to level up that way. And especially with the ways you can get a lot of more XP easier with gems than you used to. Because some rare mobs just give gem XP. Would you stop it? I stood in that, that's on me. So you got a stabby stab. Yeah, I thought it was radius as well. Either way, radius or damage on Cyclone is meaningless to me.
Who'd have thought you'd be so suited to the role? I was convinced I'd made a fatal mistake in sparing your life in Exile prison. Fatal, yes, but a mistake? No. Go now, sister. It's up to you to teach Malachi the true definition of nightmare.
I like when you play as a duelist in this one. She's like, now go. I want the last thing I see to be that fine, you know, fine butt of yours. And it's like, is this really the time, Piety?
No.
Going to cast on crit. I might try and go cast while channeling. I've always preferred cast on channeling versus cast on crit, just because. Yeah. Oh, that is not how you do that. You definitely don't run straight through 3 exploding spots. Well, yeah, no, they allude to the fact that Piety and Duelist, you know, spent a little time together in Oriath. Had a little one-on-one time of the potentially lewd variety.
You are being selfish.
I stood in that because I was looking at chat and not looking at the big scary guy trying to explode on my face. Yep. I definitely need to invest in some damage.
Nightmare is the true eternal.
Oh, it's probably in my other weapon. I don't want to weapon swap in the middle of this. I was gonna switch to Detonate Dead real fast for the increased damage, because Detonate Dead has better damage on targets that don't move around too fast than Volatile Death, or Volatile Dead does. And since Malachi tends to stand still and just throw attacks till he goes to teleport, he's actually a pretty good target for slapping with Detonate Dead. I've been leveling the skill gem just in case I end up needing to go that route, like if this build doesn't work out. Because Volatile Dead's a little trickier to scale the damage than Detonate Dead. You crunchy.
It's really not so bad, not it?
So 24, 21, and a ton of mana regen. Oh, it's physical. No, yeah, 21, 24. So that'd be more. We'd lose cold resist, but we gain a bunch of mana regen. But the colors are wrong again. Which would keep happening. Yeah, like everything in Path of Exile, the lore is dark. It's like any time you sit there and talk about anything Warhammer 40k, it's like, what happened here? Sadness. What else? Misery. What else? Betrayal. It's like, was there any happiness? Never. Yeah, so you just have... Like, you really aren't a good shield. Alright, so let's do this. So slap that. Hit this. Oh, it's not high enough level to have... Oh, and never mind, it's a shield. It's only going to ever have 3 anyway. It's fine. Max life, I don't really care. We got a bunch of resistances, so I'm going to say that's better. I'm not as worried about that. Can I get this... So I can't get the 4 sockets. I was just dumb in doing that. I just wasted that binding. That's not that big a deal. Alright. So if I can either get green, green, red, or red, blue, green, either will work. Give me a red. Okay, that is not what I wanted to happen. So we can go ahead and just scooch shield charge out for a moment. And we'll go ahead and put those in anyways. That is all 6 modifiers, so there's no room to do anything else with it. Dexterity 21 in the helmet. Sadly, I can't mess with its sockets in any ways. It's not a great base for me. I think we just don't. Also, I'm thinking we just sell those boots as well. We're early enough along that I'm going to see better boots before I have a chance to do anything with those.
May fear guide you.
Do we gamble with the gear we're wearing? And the answer is absolutely. All right. We did gamble. We didn't lose, but we didn't win. The good news about that, though, is this does mean I'm going to be able to switch this. That's not what I want. Take that out and drop flammability in. So you just became Flame Dash. Flame Dash is gone from here. That's out of the way. So that way if I get a particularly tanky target, I can pop flammability on them, which will weaken them to our stuff. Alright.
Tortured yet unbroken.
And that is Act 4 done. We are not making great time on this one.
No love. Our hopes are with you.
Usually for a lot of these, the correct answer is there will be skills that are strong early game that you just go with, like, I think Armageddon Brand is one of the ones. And you just kind of go with those to go fast. But I've always been someone who is like, I would rather just play the skill as soon as I'm able. Like, I'm okay with doing less damage if I'm playing the character I'm going to be playing. So, like, the faster I can get to using my main skill, the happier I am about a build. And that's not bad if I was going Energy Shield. Ooh! Oh! Whoa! Okay, hang on. Let's go get this guy to stop shooting me. Let's, like, actually take a look at that belt. Okay. So, 5% to Dexterity, 4% to Intelligence as the Corruption, a good life roll, and an okay Resistance roll. And what that's going to replace is a bunch of life. Ooh, can I give up the strength? Don't. Ah, of course. You can't. And you can't be that high. But I really want the Dex and Int. Okay. So if I take that off, we're at 141. Why does it only give me 7? Oh, right, because I can't actually equip these things. Right, so it goes to 164 now. Okay. So that's a decrease of 8. Huh. Weird. So I can't give up the craft on that. I don't have a suffix open to shove some strength in here somewhere. But I want it. It's fine, get out of the way. Alright, so you were Cyclone up there. Want the increased duration there. The molted shell. Oh, I'm sorry, no, increased duration goes to the bone offering. And the other 3 don't matter. They can just go wherever they want. Still, that's a fun one to play with. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to get away with that yet. That's a fun one so far as the corruption on it. The life roll sucks. But that's a good corruption. Hey, Dev So Dusty, how's it going? Oh, need to switch you out to be Molten Shell. Where are you, Molten Shell? There you go. And I never ever want to use the middle mouse button. That's already 4 length. Okay. Yeah, I actually find most people want to do that. It's just some people, it's being able to get to maps faster is worth, you know, not doing what they want, instead doing what gets them there quicker. And I can respect that. There's definitely also some skills that, if you go to use them too early, is really a bad time. Like, nowadays it's not as bad, but back in the day when you couldn't get life regen quite as easily, switching to Righteous Fire early was really not good. Have I tried Lego Fortnite? I have not. I've heard lots of good things about it, and I do technically own Fortnite because actually, you know what? I think a friend bought it for me. Way back in the day before they even had their Battle Royale mode. Me and a couple friends are playing, like, the Save the World mode. Yeah, Cyclone immediate level 30. Oh yeah, I've done the thing where it's like you spin, 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 stop, stutter, 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 because you just don't have the mana to keep it going. Is it Fortnite free? I actually have no idea. Back in the day, it wasn't. Back in the day, you bought the game and then they add, like, originally Fortnite didn't have a Battle Royale mode. It was like, not tower defense. You would, like, explore a map, you collect materials, you would find a thing to push back this mist, and there's, like, this whole game mode around it. Like I said, I've heard really good things about it. So that's elemental damage and ailments. That's mana regen and life regen. Look to see which way I want to go. Evasion, armor, and all that. We can go down that way. Spell suppression is good. Okay. So that'll give us spell suppression. Alright, the other way we go is we have this one. We can grab this gem over here. That'll give us our strength, which might let us put that belt on. We're not going to be doing consecrated ground, but we're going to go through there. Reduce mana cost of skills. And that's strength and intelligence. And then we get our shield nodes down there. So I think I'm going to go over here for the strength node and grab that socket. Don't upgrade those yet. Not quite. We're getting there. So I don't want to right click or left click in those. And I haven't been paying attention to my resistances at all. Okay, we're 41. Sorry, we're 43 and a 41. So we still want to just race through and occasionally drop an attack just to grab, like, when there's big groups of them together, or when you have big magic packs. Usually big magic packs are still worth killing when you have, when you're a little over leveled. And the reason you still want to stop and occasionally kill enemies is to refresh your Quicksilver Flask. Alright, I don't want to click on any of the strength ones until I get that next strength node. The other ones I can click on, just not strength gems, not till I get... I'm going to go the next strength node down, which should give me the 20 strength, which is what I have in the belt. So I could swap the belts out for the one that's going to give me more dexterity and intelligence. I keep instinctively wanting to click them so badly. Leaving them over there blinking, wanting my attention, does not make my ADHD happy. It's like, click the thing. Click it. Do it now. You have to. Everyone's depending on you. Oh yeah, flammability on my bar now. The gas station known as Fuel City, they had a small food stand on it. The tacos were and still are amazing. Eventually, it became known as a taco stop instead of gas station. They stayed popular, and they now can spread around 5 fuel stations, all with tacos. There's stuff that happens like that. That just, you get known for something that was counter to what you intended. Like, there was a hot dog booth in a little town over on the coast. And the hot dogs are, like, for hot dogs, they were, like, really, really heckin' fancy hot dogs. Let's actually look at our resistances. I have no idea how we're doing on our resistances. Defense? Fire. Fire and lightning. But, you know, their hot dogs were, like, perfectly good. But, they got really known for, I think it was, like a orange sherbet stuff that people were, like, really impressed by. And so it's one of those things that, like, you could go there for the hot dog, but I mean, you're going for the sherbet. Let's be real. You're going for the sherbet, you might get a hot dog while you're in the neighborhood kind of thing.
Unlike these assorted in some time.
Well, yeah, there's the sherbet's like some of the best. Sherbet's delicious. And then plus there's just not that many places to get a good sherbet in my area. Why is it spelled that way? Is it French? My assumption is just not an English thing. Because there's certain languages like French, Polish, a lot of the Scandinavian countries that their pronunciations are very different than the English ones. So the spellings get pretty wild. It's like a lot of places like Poland and that are the countries that I usually can, with a little work, sound stuff out. My brain is still does not have a grasp on it. There's places like Dairy Queen, popular for the Blizzard and other ice cream stuff. That's great too. And they started doing burgers and stuff. They really should stick to dessert. Yeah, no, I remember for me when I was young, like, we would go to, there was a Dairy Queen right, so there was a Hungry Howie's Pizza, and there was a Dairy Queen, like, right by the public library we would go to in the area. And this is up in Detroit. So I'm not, like, narrowing it down where someone's like, I'm gonna figure out where he lives. I mean, people, if they really want, will probably figure that out anyways. But, not that I'm gonna help them. But, we would go to the library, you know, and do whatever it was, like whether it was homework or, you know, get a book because, you know, parents wanted us to read or whatever. We'd go to Hungry Howie's Pizza, which nowadays is kind of terrible. But back then, like, if you wanted a stuffed crust, that's where you went. You wanted someplace else to get stuffed crust? Too bad. That was Hungry Howie's thing. No one else was doing it yet. They were cool before the kids were cool. And then if we're lucky, we'd also get Dairy Queen. And it was always the magic shell or whatever, the chocolate that hardens on your ice cream. They were like the only ones who did that as well. Oh, they pronounce it sorbet. Yep. It's the same thing. I've heard both. You don't hear sorbet very much at all around here. Yeah, hardened chocolate. Yeah, no, it's just you get like it would be on a pretty boring flavor of ice cream. It'd just be like straight up vanilla, like, which is fine, nothing wrong with it. It would be like straight up vanilla, nothing exotic, and then just the hard chocolate on it. And it was all about that hard chocolate. All right, I really need. Oh wait, we gained a level. Let's go get that 10 strength. So I can go right here, and that's strength node. So now I should be able to swap the belts without all my gear popping off, because it's like, you don't have the strength to equip the gear you're wearing. Now anything here is safe to click. Versus these two, I don't have enough strength to upgrade. You're probably correct. It's probably one of those things that, like, everyone just uses the terms interchangeably, even though they're technically not the same thing. That happens a lot. Like, I won't say whose channel it was, because I'm not sure if they want to be known for it or whatever. But, there was another creator who, they work on a farm as their, like, day job. And they were venting that about people getting, you know, grass, hay, and straw wrong. That they were basically using them interchangeably. It's like, but they're not. They're different things. It's like you can kind of get behind the hay and grass being the same thing because it starts from the same thing, but it's not the same thing. Which the idea is grass is wet, has more sugars, hay is dried grass, and then straw is like oats, barley, wheat. It's the stems of that dried. So like straw is a very different thing. Hay and grass, squares and rectangles. Exactly. It's like if you say grass to refer to hay, it's like, sure. But the other way around doesn't work. I almost always grab the amethyst flask just because with the amethyst flask you can get your chaos resist up. So it's your budget chaos resist solution. Increased duration. All right, I'm going to try something. We're going to keep that in our inventory in case it doesn't work. I'm going to see if I can get away without the mana flask. Because we're getting close to being able to do that.
For freedom.
Oh, the belt's gone too. Gonna play some Lego? Alright, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, right, you're gonna give me a reward as well.
I simply can't.
Yeah, so see, that was a challenge this league, was to do that side quest that a lot of people... That one they don't skip because of passive. Alright, so we've got a socket available. Which maybe I shouldn't have gone for the socket, but, you know. Sometimes you do things. So that's max life and resistances. So, even though we could definitely do better... I don't have a Regal, do I? Because that'd be worth hitting it with a Regal. I do not. A Regal would change it from magic to rare, so it'd be a roll. And there's almost nothing that could be bad. The only loss you have is the loss of opportunity. But you'll never know what it's going to be until you sell it, so you know. Alright. So let's get through Act 5 and kill Kitava for the first... Well, no. Let's fight Kitava for the first time. We're definitely not killing Kitava yet. Please stop killing the civilian and go kill them. 42, 44, that's fine. Oh yeah, it's been a long time when they did Dread Thicket in Act 2 as one of the challenges. You had to kill like the rare monster in there. And everyone sits there and they see that rare monster and they're like, who the hell is that? Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I usually will go through and do all the quests on my first playthrough every league. Because they always have at least some of those optional side quests as a, as challenges. And it's always feels weird running back, you know, you're in late game going, okay, let's work on our challenges. And then you have to go back to like Act 1 and just take the time running around and killing everything. Because it's honestly just about the same difficulty at the end as it would be at the beginning, because it's reaching the monsters and then actually finding them all. Unless you're using something like here, like Volatile Dead, which it's then just spam it. I am kind of hoping I can sort of pivot the build to making Volatile Dead Castrol channeling work. It'll be tricky. I think with all the mana efficiency things I'm getting, though, I am on the right path to making that work. It definitely feels like they've mana efficiency'd it with the intent of you spamming the living crap out of the spell. I know Volatile Dead was also very popular to use Spell Slinger with, so give up an R or two, turn on Spell Slinger, and just let Spell Slinger carry the day. Which Spell Slinger just basically means when you cast one spell, whatever spell's in your wand also triggers. And this place is almost always shaped like a giant C, where you gotta go up, right, around the right side, and then it's just trying to guess where you turn up here. Too soon. This looks right. Yep. There's a lot of these zones you've done them enough, you learn the pattern. So like this zone is actually one of the few zones that is always the same pattern. So this zone you always go up left. It's a C, it's just you go up left and around. But there's an area you can kind of cut through, not all the way through the middle, but middle-ish. And there's crafting recipes. I remember being an okay one you probably want to grab. There's also a good zone if you're like behind in your levels. You can get lots of XP here real fast because of how many magic and rare enemies there are. Especially right at the end of the zone. All right. Okay, so next place we're going with this is I can go down here for more life, or we can go up here for damage and life regen. If we go around this way, we'll get more strength and intelligence, so we'll go around this way. Yeah, see, like every pack just about has had a rare or magic pack. Okay, I thought those were different pair of gloves of like, don't do this to me. Don't tempt me with bad ideas, game. Okay, so now we're past the top area. I want to cut in as fast as I can to the bottom right, because there's a crafting recipe. Like I said, it's one of the few maps that, until you hit late game, that always has the exact same pattern. Or it always has the same pattern-ish. I don't know exactly how exact it is. There's certain tiles you could just learn. Yes, there's a crafting recipe. Oh, no, actually it does have multiple layouts, because normally I see this, it's top left to bottom right, and this one it's bottom left to top right. So just turn 90 degrees from what I'm used to seeing it. Not that it really matters. Every once in a while, GGG, who's the company behind Path of Exile, will add alterations to some of the maps to kind of mix things up. You know, so that way it's... You can learn the tells, but you have to, like, relearn some of these. Oh, yeah, like, normally it's not that far down. Greater Folly, Castle Channeling, okay. If it was either 5 link or the right base, I would have grabbed it.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
All right. I don't need to move, man. I got homing shots. They'll go where they need to be. Oh yeah, Brutus where they moved him still catches me by surprise, and he really shouldn't. It used to be Brutus had his own like little room in the back for those who haven't followed the game. So you'd have like this big boss room. So you're like, okay, it's Brutus's room. And what GGG did is they trolled everyone by moving him out of his boss room and into the room right before it. So you'd run towards the boss room and then the boss just shows up out of nowhere and you're like, oh god. And if you're under leveled, Brutus can actually be pretty nasty. He's a predictable fight, but some of his attacks have like enough AoE that getting around them can be problematic depending on where he does it when. Like if you're in a narrow hallway that has not a very good amount of turns or whatever, he can kind of corner you on some of that stuff. Alright. Oh, no corpses. I just like all these enemies who don't drop corpses when they die, so I have nothing to trigger my spell off of. No, not that. Okay. It's a fun attack, but it's really rough.
Too much clutter.
You and only you, I shall slay.
All right. Ooh, it's a shame that life roll is terrible. Chance to be chill. Don't care. Don't care. That's worth slapping with something to see we can't. Nah, it's energy shield. That's not the right base. We won't worry about that one. That's fine. I thought, wasn't it? Oh, the scepter's over here. I was like, wait a sec, wasn't that my scepter? We do have a scepter here that's 30% elemental damage bonus. That might be worth doing instead. Like, the rest of the stats are crap.
I am sin.
When I'm ready and not before.
But if we can, get that to work, that'd be good.
What in damnation?
You deserve Once Kitava has got...
Oh, hi. The lightning damage doesn't do me any good, but hi. Let's talk about that jewel that is going to be finding a home in my inventory, in my passive tree. Okay, so hear me out. You're out, you're in. Strength and dexterity, dexterity and intelligence, spell damage while holding a shield. The lightning damage, not really what I need, but everything else? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's interesting. Alright. So drop you off, and drop you off, because I won't be using you two.
Freedom comes.
Okay, so keep that for a moment. That's an evasion base. That's much higher than we have. It'll give us a ton of evasion and dexterity. Now we'll sell it. I'll take the spell suppression, I think, for now. Movement speed is nice, but with having to stutter step and all that, it's not as nice. I think I am gonna go without using the mana flask. It's kind of on the edge, so it is a little bit of a risk, but I think it's okay. Oh, here, we'll just re-roll that one. Hinders enemies, recovery charge. That's fine. Alright. So what I'm going to try is, do we have any essences worthwhile? A one-handed weapon, extra spell damage. So, scour that. Slap with a link, no luck. Slap with that. So I got spell damage, mana, and all that, that's fine. So that's going to be probably more damage than this will be. We didn't get the cold resistance and all that. But, as a scepter, I should be able to use Cyclone with that. If I so choose, I'll put you in there. So that should be capable of using Cyclone. Not that I intended using Cyclone with it. I don't have remotely the socket. Cyclone is probably going to be one that holds off until, you know, I'm up to the point of having just about everything.
Innocence forgives you.
Yeah, what would it take to try and test Cyclone? We could take that out, drop Cyclone here, take this out, and castle channeling. Would I be able to sustain this? That is the question. I don't think we will. I think we're going to mana out in seconds. Like, I think it's going to be like near instantaneous, like, drop of mana. So let's switch that to Cyclone. I need corpses. It won't cast a spell unless we have corpses. Alright, let's science this. It's a bad idea, but let's science this. I'm honestly surprised I'm not having mana problems just from the Cyclone. It's almost sustainable. Not quite. We are slowly losing mana. The advantage with this, as long as I have enough damage, once you start the wave of volatile dead explosions, they will just chain react. But we're gonna get a bunch of false starts with this one because one, my damage isn't quite up there because I am using this before I should. I don't want to deal with you, you're super tanky. I remember when just having Cyclone alone made you stun immune. It was a different time. And more mana, your percent is going to counter the Cyclone. So it's not actually the Cyclone that's hurting me, it's the cost of the spell. So Cyclone, we're fully covered. But the cost of the spell is able to outrun it quite a bit. Ooh, 3 orbs of chance, I'll take that. Oh yeah, during Legion, Cyclone was ridiculous. Alright, is there anything else I do to get more mana regen on my tree? We'll go for that, because I want to say, was this more mana regen in the middle over here? Where did we go to the right? Oh, it's behind this thing. That will help, actually. Now, I could definitely fix it if I gave up one of my defensive auras and got the mana regen aura, but I don't think that's necessary. Outside of, like, the tankier enemies that force me to stop and deal with them, I'm able to pretty well sustain these. It's just the real tanky ones that I gotta stop for a little bit to deal with. it's fine. Oh. I just realized I need to put those other... Get those put in my offset. Okay, that'll do for now. See, I'm mostly using the totem just to start the chain reaction. Even old assassin cast on crit meta for Cyclone without mana sustain. Yep. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand why they nerfed. They had some spells that they had balanced around the mana cost of the spell. So the idea was it was a powerful spell, but you had to like really invest in mana to deal with it. And then the triggers allowed you to just bypass its balance decision. They're like, okay, we have to change this. It took them forever to do it, though.
When I'm ready, and not before.
That's why they nerfed Majorn so much. Yeah, there's always been shenanigans to bypass stuff. Grab what we can. There's a lot of silly stuff you could do with the old Headhunter. Hey, Audio, you doing okay there, buddy? Seem to be struggling a little bit with all the carnage going on. Yeah, I think we're gonna try and go for a scepter. And just really like lean into this for right now. I know ultimately long term I'm gonna have to probably switch because we'll have a damage cap that'll be lower than I want it to be. Ooh, that's not what you want to see. You know, let's just leave that one alone. He can keep his essence. That mana drain is going to be absolutely gnarly.
Too much clutter.
Alright, and we can pop this real fast. And Sin's like, talk to me, it's like, no, Sin. Busy. Alright. Yeah, sadly that doesn't have enough sockets to make it worth my time. Also, no, you notice the small unsaid change. Which small unsaid change have you liked the most? There's been a lot of things that like didn't really get like fanfare or anything. I keep forgetting. Like I keep forgetting about that side inventory. All right. So now we can run down to the reliquary.
When I'm ready and not before.
Oh, Chris stopped talking about his vision? Yeah, I think they found that, I think it came up with the, oh, what was it? The replacement rare mobs. That it became such a heated issue kind of thing. And they kept trying to, like, double down and double down and double down to try and make them work. And they genuinely had, like, borderline a mutiny among some of the like the most avid fans that I think they probably had like a serious talk within the company kind of thing where they're like, you have your vision but very clearly the player base does not agree with you and you can stand by that, but you will kill your game. And so I think they had like that kind of moment within the company. Or even, it may not have even been like an intervention kind of thing. It may have been very much that he came to the realization that, at least within that, he was not, like his vision was not really what was needed. At least that's what I get from the outside. I could be entirely wrong. Alright, so that's not where it is. It's going to be down here. You understand when to cut down on the power creep in standard, actually balancing things, but the powerful temporary league should be excited. Yeah. Well, it's not only that. Like his vision had to do with trade. His vision had to do with this and that. But they were trying to re-envision the rare mobs, and they wanted it very much to be that you had to react and use specific attacks and like really have more directly engaging stuff, and that's fine. But so much of Path of Exile has to change to accommodate that, to the point it wouldn't be the same game, that they did eventually back off in like 90% of what they had set up with those. But it took them way longer than it should have. Alright, I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to try and make it work. I'm hoping with that extra mana and regen, we'll be net positive on our mana use. It's right on that fence. Like it stops casting for a second there every once in a while.
When I'm ready,
Yeah, no, it's like right on that fence where the cyclone doesn't cancel, but it has a delay or two in the cast. Because it's ever so slightly negative. Honestly, with some of those charms they're coming out with, I might be able to find one of those charms that'll synergize with this to make it so it's way easier to make happen. Alright. I believe inspiration reduces the cost of spells as well. Alright. It reduces the cost and increases crit elemental damage. Yep. I don't care about fighting the one that's going to spread curses everywhere. All right.
When I'm ready, and not before.
There's so many tanky enemies in here. Like, that's the thing. I am giving up the straight up damage for sustained attack speed and sustained attacks. So that's going to be better for my clear as long as I have enough damage. But for bossing, I definitely don't want to go this way. We're definitely going to need a 6-link if I'm going to make this work. So I can still fit in the other stuff. Alright, so we got the 3 torments, we can turn those in.
Not all slaves for freedom.
Alright, so I'm not gonna grab that node yet. We've been going down here. That's more damage, which is always nice. Let's push for this node, because I am going to take that mana regen node. 40% should help a lot.
Freedom comes to those who fight.
Check mana mastery? Oh yeah, I could double check that. I know I wouldn't keep one in the long term, but short term it wouldn't be a bad idea to look at them. Alright, is there another utility flask I would want right now? Because we can go ahead and probably drop you. Chance poison to hit we don't care about. Not worried about the elemental stuff. A second swift potion, probably not a big deal. That's preventing stun. That's fine. Let's put that in there for right now. And I have a whole bunch of that.
The High Priest is dead, yet the altar
Alright. Let's grab the scepter.
Innocence blesses your journey.
So that one's 30% elemental damage plus 28% spell damage. These are stats we don't care about much. That one's just not as good. That's the answer. Is that one's just not as good. There's not a second part. It's just not as good. Alright, let's go bust up some Katava.
When I'm ready.
I also shouldn't be using the hypothermia support yet for this anyways. Because that depends on me getting the probably worth doing now. We could check. 1 second. That's already set. Is there another mana? We already have that mana node marked. Oh, I didn't set you. What should you be set to? Oh, right, because that's exposure inflict. Yeah, so we're going to set a. We're gonna do exposure not. Yeah, no, we're already using the masteries for that. That's fine. We'll go ahead and set this anyways. Because I'll have to forget that otherwise. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Like it's pretty much okay now. Like I could add an enduring flask and it would be better. But it's really not canceling very much. It's only while I can sit there and just keep it going. Like, honestly, it's putting the totem back down that's the thing that's getting him mad. I'm not trying to get as much as I can out of this. Since we leveled up Volatile Dead, its cost went up, so I'm going to unset my aura. Because that'll help us keep it up and running. That'll give me an Orbit chance. There's usually a challenge almost every league for vendoring stuff that gives you an Orbit chance. Which is just two things with the same name is how you get an Orbit chance. That's fine. That's better than I thought we'd do. Yeah, no, we're super close to neutral. That's the reason I'm like, yeah, I can get away with this. A large cluster jewel. That's a surprise for a very first one. Alright. Definitely not using that. Or that. That's attack damage. Do you have clarity? I'm not using clarity. I could fit that in, but clarity is a fairly expensive aura to run. Like, considering I can just turn an aura off, no boss is gonna let me sit here and just wail on it the entire time that takes to run itself out. Like, I'm gonna have to dodge stuff, so this might as well be neutral. Oh yeah, no, clarity wouldn't 100% push me over the top. I'm basically, like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm over the top now, even though technically I'm not. Because I'm not going to be able to stand still long enough to... Oh, I should have set the point. It's fine. I need you to drop corpses. I found a problem with this setup. Because the corpses are appearing where he's sitting, they're not actually appearing, so I'm not getting my main spell. Okay, hang on. So where's the spell totem? Get you off of here. It's fine. We can make this work. I think Kitava is exclusively the only boss that's a problem. There's no other bosses that sit... Ooh, took that to the face. That sit off the map. Akari, I believe, puts her front half on the map. She's leaning on the map, but I don't believe she's technically out of play. Because that's the problem with Kitava, is he is straight up out of play. We can find out. If it's an issue, we'll deal with it. I will say, doesn't play nearly as well when I have to cast my own stuff. Alright, so we finished this encounter. Oh, wait. I thought that was the last phase. Well, that's annoying. Cool. Glad to hear it. Oh, finally. Alright, put you back in. That'll be so much better to deal with.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Alright.
There is
They have another skill point to put down. So that's more mana regen. Alright.
I'm Captain Lily Rock. Remember?
And Act 6.
Alright, then. Time and tide wait for no man.
despite humanity needs us.
Stay sharp out there.
Alright, it's got another orb of binding if I do find us a helmet boot or something like that. Oh, I'll go and put you in hold. We probably won't end up using those hardly ever. Alright. So let's go ahead and clear the strand just to see if by getting that point, if that is enough for me to be neutral on mana. Definitely not neutral on mana. But seems like it's alright. Okay. So the catch is the production of bodies is one of the like the thing that's more deterministic for my damage. So actually having the bodies to have lots and lots of life and you know get those thrown down very fast is going to be a big source of damage for us. More so than trying to get that. And the issue is I can't really 6-link both of them because we are supposed to be going really heavy onto block as well. Which you can only do if you're using a shield or a staff, and all of the staffs for the most part are based in the shield. And sadly, there is a one-hander that is a 6-link, but it disallows you to use another thing. So it's effectively a one-hander in attributes while being a two-hander in how it behaves. Which would like that particular weapon would be absolutely not a good call for this build. Keep doing productive stuff. Eat cake. That. Alright, so we can sell this.
Stay sharp out there.
Sometimes you get lucky and they'll just have like a 5. Like sometimes they'll straight up have a 5 or a 6 link you can just slap on real fast. I'm kind of low key hoping he has like a good base, which is that. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to run over here real fast and see if we can gamble and get lucky. I wouldn't say we got lucky. We did get the sockets we want, but the issue we have is I think I need that dexterity. I do not. I do not need that dexterity. That's still a garbage roll on there. Any essence stuff I could do here? Okay, you'll give energy shield, which I don't need. You'll give evasion. I can live with evasion. Because we could try and re-roll that. I can work with that. So what colors do I need? So that would be what I need for the castle channeling and all of that. You're going to naturally want to be red and green. So what I do need is 2 green, 2 red would be an option. Because that would let me get down my multiple spell totems. And done. I don't think you can have 4 sockets. Both of those are too low level, I think, to have 4 sockets. Fine, we'll just try... There we go. And also crafting our stat on that. You got a weapon with 5 sockets? Doesn't need me to do something I want. Nope. And our helmet is... Honestly, our helmet is literally just that 15 dex. If we take that off, we're still good. So we would definitely want a better helmet too. And those require a higher level.
Stay sharp out there.
Alright, so let's go ahead and hit our crafting bench and see if I can't slap on whatever I need to clean up some resistant rolls, because we just took our first penalty to resistances. So if we leave everything as is, everything but fire and chaos is sorted, which is no surprise. Alright. Fire resist is sorted. Oh, okay. I don't actually know what I want you to have. They don't need more resistances. We'll just go all attributes just for right now. That'll be fine. Okay. All right. So with that said, we killed Act 5 Katava. I do think this is a good break point, because this is usually where you hit the second side. Second half of the game and all that, so far as the main story, before you get into the end game. So what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to wrap up stream here and find someone for us to raid. So thank you for hanging out for some Path of Exile. I know this isn't everyone's jam, but, you know, we put up for vote, and people voted for it. So, you know, that's the thing that happens. Anyways, thank you again so much for tuning in. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is I am going to stop the YouTube's part of it. So for all those checking it out on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in, all good stuff. And don't forget to like and subscribe. I don't need to worry about TikTok because it was